Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Great Library of Crystalline opened for the first time in 5 centuries on Midwinter's Eve, its crystalline doors swinging silently inward as the final rays of sunlight struck the oculus of dawn. Elowen Truesight stood transfixed among the crowd that had gathered in the Plaza of Whispers to witness the event. Unlike the nobles and scholars who maintained a respectful distance, she felt the library calling to her, a persistent tugging behind her breastbone that had plagued her dreams for months. As twilight deepened and the onlookers dispersed, muttering about the mysterious absence of the elven guardians who were supposed to emerge, Elowen remained rooted in place. The orphaned daughter of a candlemaker had no business approaching the repository of Moria's most dangerous arcane knowledge. Yet her feet carried her forward, past the ceremonial guards who strangely paid her no mind, and into the cavernous entrance hall that stretched impossibly upward, its vaulted ceiling lost in shadows despite the thousands of blue flame lanterns that illuminated the space. "Augurious," came a voice that seemed to emanate from the very walls. "After all this time, it is a child who answers the call." Elowen spun around, her threadbare cloak swirling about her ankles. A figure materialized from between 2 towering bookshelves, an elderly man with silver hair that flowed like liquid moonlight and eyes that contained galaxies. "I'm not a child," she protested reflexively. "Ma, I've seen 18 winters. To one who has witnessed the rise and fall of empires, all mortals are children." The man's smile softened his words. "I am Archimago Thalaron, keeper of forgotten lore. And you, Elowen Truesight, are the last descendant of the original guardians." Her heart stuttered. "How do you know my name? And what guardians? I'm nobody, just an orphan." Thalaron's gaze pierced through her, seeing beyond flesh and bone. "No, your bloodline was hidden, even from yourself, for protection. But the library recognizes its own. Why else would the wards permit your entry when they have turned away even the most powerful mages?" Before she could question him further, a distant crash echoed through the labyrinthine corridors, followed by a string of colorful curses. Thalaron's expression darkened. "It seems we have an uninvited guest." "Come, there is much to explain and precious little time." They moved swiftly through corridors lined with books, bound in materials Elowen could not name. Some appeared to be made of solidified light, others of shadow-given substance. Thalaron spoke as they walked, his voice low and urgent. "Crystalline is not merely a library, but a prison. Beneath the repository of celestial cartography lies the Void Chamber, where an entity known as the Void Caller is contained, a fallen god whose very presence warps reality. The Elven Guardians maintain the magical seals for millennia, but they have vanished, and the containment sigils weaken with each passing day." They rounded a corner into a circular chamber where a young man stood frozen in a web of golden light. His hand outstretched toward an ornate box on a pedestal. His features were striking, angular and handsome, but with an otherworldly quality accentuated by eyes that glowed amber in the magical illumination. From beneath his dark hair protruded small horns, marking his demonic heritage. "Release me, old man," the intruder growled, revealing pointed canines. "I take only what I'm owed." Kale Shadowbane, Thalaron sighed. "Still serving as the Nightshade Guild's errand boy. What trinket did they send you to steal this time?" "The Orb of Astral Cognition," Kyle replied with surprising honesty. Though I'd settle for freedom from this blasted trap, Thalaron turned to Elowen. This half-demon fancies himself a master thief, yet repeatedly fails to appreciate the library's defenses. To Kale, he added, "The orb is not a trinket, but one of the 7 artifacts of binding. Your guildmasters play a more dangerous game than you realize." Elowen studied the trapped thief. Despite his supernatural lineage, something about his defiant stance reminded her of the street children she had grown up with, survivors who stole because the world had stolen from them first. "We need him," she said suddenly, surprising herself. Thalaron raised a silver eyebrow. "Do we? You said time is short. Another pair of hands might prove useful, especially ones skilled at acquiring difficult objects." The Archimago considered this, then flicked his wrist. The golden web dissolved, dropping Kyle unceremoniously to the marble floor. "Betray us, and the library itself will ensure you join the collection permanently," Thalaron warned. Kyle rubbed his wrists, eyeing Elowen with new interest. "And who exactly is your apprentice?" "The last guardian of Crystalmere," Thalaron replied, leading them deeper into the library's heart. In the Chamber of Forgotten Scripts, Thalaron revealed the full truth. The Voidcaller had once been a benevolent deity of knowledge before being corrupted by exposure to the chaotic energies between dimensions. The original guardians, Elowen's ancestors, had sacrificed much of their life force to create the prison, binding the entity with the 7 enchantments, each sealed within an artifact hidden throughout the library. "The enchantments require renewal every 5 centuries, Thalaron explained, unrolling an ancient scroll across a table carved from a single amethyst crystal. "The Elven Guardians should have performed the ritual last night, but they were eliminated." "By whom?" Elowen asked, tracing the intricate diagrams on the scroll with trembling fingers. "And the same individuals who sent your light-fingered companion to steal one of the binding artifacts." Thalaron's eyes darkened. "A faction within the Archimages, Council itself, power-hungry fools who believe they can harness the Voidcaller's essence." Kyle let out a low whistle. "You're telling me my guild is working with rogue Archimages to free an imprisoned god?" "That exceeds my pay considerably. The Nightshade Guild is merely a pawn," Thalaron said dismissively. "But we face a more immediate problem. Without all 7 artifacts brought together by midwinter midnight, 3 nights hence, the Voidcaller will break free, bringing madness and destruction to all of Moria." Elowen felt the weight of destiny settling upon her shoulders. "Or what must I do?" "Master the 7 forbidden enchantments and complete the binding ritual," Thalaron replied solemnly. "Your bloodline carries the innate ability to channel the necessary energies, but the spells themselves are complex and dangerous." "And what's my role in this apocalyptic scenario?" Kyle asked, leaning against a bookshelf that promptly shoved him upright. "Guide and protect her while recovering the artifacts," Thalaron answered. "Though your unique heritage offers some resistance to the library's more aggressive defenses." Thus began 3 days of frantic preparation and dangerous expeditions into the library's most treacherous sections. Elowen absorbed the forbidden enchantments with unexpected ease, the knowledge seeming to awaken something dormant in her blood. Meanwhile, Kyle proved invaluable in navigating the library's shifting architecture and disarming the deadly traps surrounding each artifact. In the aviary of spectral wings, they recovered the orb of astral cognition from amidst a flock of bookbirds whose pages contained lost languages. Beneath the falls of liquid theorem, they claimed the prismatic key, nearly drowning in a sudden flood of alchemical formulae given physical form. With each artifact retrieved and each enchantment mastered, Elowen's connection to the library deepened. She began to sense the Void Caller's presence, a rhythmic pulsing beneath reality itself, growing stronger as the binding weakened. Kyle, too, changed during their quest. The cynical thief who measured everything by its market value gradually revealed a deeper nature, asking thoughtful questions about the texts they encountered and showing unexpected concern for Elowen's well-being when the more powerful enchantments left her drained. On the final evening, as they recovered the seventh artifact, the chronometer of infinite recursion, from the clutches of a time loop trap, Kyle confessed his true purpose. "The Guildmaster knows I'm half demon, but not which half," he said as they hurried back toward the central chamber where Thalaron awaited. "My mother was a succubus, my father a scholar who loved her despite knowing what she was. The Nightshade Guild promised information about him if I retrieved the orb." "And now?" Elowen asked. Kyle's amber eyes reflected the blue flame lanterns lining their path. "Now I think some knowledge isn't worth the price others would pay for it." They returned to find Thalaron surrounded by 5 figures in the midnight blue robes of the Archimage's council. The chamber's floor had been transformed into an intricate ritual circle that pulsed with sickly green light. "Right on time," said the tallest figure, lowering his hood to reveal sharp features and calculating eyes. "Archimago Lysander." He introduced himself with a mocking bow. "We've been expecting you." "The final pieces of our ritual," another Archimago added, eyeing the artifacts Elowen carried. Thalaron stood rigidly, his arms bound by glowing sigils. "They plan to channel the Void Caller's power rather than contain it," he warned. "They believe they can control what cannot be controlled." "Control is such a limited concept," Lysander said dismissively. "Would we seek symbiosis, the Void Caller's essence distributed among worthy vessels, granting us power beyond mortal comprehension?" "It will consume you," Thalaron insisted, "as it has consumed every arrogant fool who attempted the same throughout history." Lysander smiled thinly. "Previous attempts lacked proper preparation and the blood of the original Guardians." His gaze fixed on Elowen. "Place the artifacts in the circle, child. Your cooperation ensures a merciful end." Elowen felt something stir within her, knowledge beyond her years, power beyond her experience. The 7 enchantments she had mastered suddenly aligned in her mind like constellations forming a greater pattern. "There is another way," she said softly, fingers tracing the enchantment symbols etched into the artifacts. "A third option beyond imprisonment or release." Kyle moved to her side, understanding dawning in his eyes. "The texts in the prismatic archives about energy redistribution across multiple anchors." She nodded. "Instead of containing the Void Caller in a prison that requires constant renewal, or allowing it to possess a few power-hungry mages, we could distribute its essence so thinly across all of Moria that no single vessel bears enough to be corrupted," Kale finished. "But the spell would require a sacrifice," Elowen confirmed. "Someone must become the conduit permanently." Lysander laughed coldly. "Indeed, a charming theory, but the initial channeling would overwhelm any mortal vessel before distribution could begin." "Not if that vessel already shares a connection to the original binding," Elowen countered, stepping into the ritual circle with the 7 artifacts. "Not if that vessel is the last guardian of Crystalmere." Before anyone could stop her, she began the first forbidden enchantment, her voice taking on the resonance of her ancestors. The artifacts rose around her, orbiting in complex patterns as she wove together magics not combined in millennia. The rogue archimages moved to interrupt her, but found themselves restrained by shadowy tendrils, Kyle's demonic heritage manifesting in desperate protection. "Don't do this," he pleaded with Elowen. "There must be another way." "There isn't," she replied, her form beginning to shimmer with contained power. "But I need your help for the final step. The redistribution requires someone who stands between worlds, like you." Understanding the role she offered him, Kyle stepped into the circle. As Elowen completed the seventh enchantment, the floor beneath them cracked, revealing a swirling vortex of cosmic energy, the weakened prison of the Void Caller. A voice like the collision of galaxies echoed through their minds. "Freedom, at last." "Not freedom," Elowen corrected, her body now a vessel of pure magical energy, transformation. With the last of her humanity, she grasped Kale's hands. Together, they channeled the Void Caller's essence, Elowen drawing it through herself like poison from a wound, Kale distributing it outward in microscopic fragments that scattered to every corner of Moria. The process lasted both an instant and an eternity. When it ended, the rogue archimages lay unconscious, their ambitious plans thwarted. Thalaron stood free, watching with sad eyes as Elowen's form stabilized. No longer fully human, her skin now translucent like living crystal, arcane script flowing beneath the surface. "You are the library now," Thalaron said softly, "and it is you." Elowen nodded, experiencing the totality of Crystalmir's knowledge flowing through her transformed consciousness. "I am its guardian, as my ancestors intended. The Void Caller is no more, its power dispersed so widely it can never again coalesce." Kyle, exhausted but unchanged, save for eyes that now swirled with hints of cosmic awareness, reached for her crystalline hand. "Will you remember who you were?" A smile played across Elowen's luminous features. "I will remember everything." Her voice echoed with the whispers of countless books. And the library needs a new head archivist, someone who stands between worlds and understands both the value and danger of knowledge." "A reformed thief?" Kyle asked with a hint of his old smile. "A guardian of a different sort," she corrected, gesturing toward the countless corridors stretching out before them. "The great library of Crystalmere is open once more, and Moria has much to learn from its collection." As dawn broke over the Plaza of Whispers, citizens of Crystalmere City witnessed a remarkable sight. The library's crystal doors standing wide open, inviting in all seekers of knowledge for the first time in recorded history. And those who entered spoke of a radiant curator who seemed to appear whenever a visitor became lost, her crystalline form glowing with inner light, guided always by a sharp-eyed man with small horns who carried not weapons but carefully chosen books that contained precisely the knowledge each seeker required. Story 2. The Sea Sang at Midnight. Arya Stormwhisper stood at the edge of Sapphire Harbor, her bare feet caressed by waves that glowed with an otherworldly light. All across the Morian archipelago, the once azure waters had begun to shimmer with celestial radiance, as though the very stars had descended from the heavens to dance beneath the waves. Fishermen spoke of strange silhouettes moving in the depths, massive shapes that defied comprehension, while the Navigators Guild dismissed such tales as superstition. But Arya heard them, the voices that whispered through the luminescent tide, ancient and powerful, calling to something dormant in her blood. "You shouldn't be here, Storm Whisper," came a gruff voice from behind her. Harbourmaster Thorn approached, his weathered face pinched with suspicion. "McGild made it clear. You're not welcome near the charted waters." Arya's fingers instinctively touched the silver spiral pendant hanging at her throat, the last gift from her grandmother before the fever took her. "The waters don't belong to the guild, Thorn. Something's happening, something important. More of your visions." He spat the word. "That nonsense cost your family everything. Learn from your exile, girl." As Thorn trudged away, Arya closed her eyes and listened deeper. Beneath the normal sounds of lapping waves and creaking ships, a melody pulsed, part song, part heartbeat, rising from the depths in patterns too deliberate to be anything but language. "Come, child of the tide song, the stars fall, the depths rise, the ancient covenant must be renewed." A sudden surge of water swept over the dock, soaking Arya to her knees. When it receded, something remained at her feet. A shell, unlike any she had seen before, spiraled and iridescent, bearing markings that seemed to shift like living script when she lifted it. The shell dissolved at her touch, leaving behind a vision that stole her breath. A vast creature moving through star-drenched waters, its serpentine body stretching longer than the grandest galleons of the royal fleet. A leviathan, one of the mythical guardians spoken of in the oldest tales, thought to be mere legend by all but the most superstitious sailors. Arya knew then what she must do. The Navigators Guild would never believe her, but there were other ways to reach the deep waters where answers awaited. The outlawed vessel known as the Windchaser had been sighted off the Eastern Isles, a ghost ship commanded by the infamous Captain Drakon Blacktide, cursed never to set foot on solid ground again. Finding passage aboard a pirate vessel was no simple task, especially for a woman branded as unstable by the powerful guild. Yet 3 nights later, Arya stood on the mist-shrouded docks of Widow's Cove, watching as a ship with midnight black sails materialized from the fog like a phantom. The Windchaser lived up to its legends. Its hull was crafted from wood so dark it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, while intricate carvings of sea beasts adorned its prow. The crew moved with uncanny silence, their faces bearing the hollow-eyed look of those who had seen terrors beyond mortal comprehension. And at the helm stood Captain Drakon Blacktide himself, his figure tall and imposing against the spectral glow of the enchanted lanterns that lined his vessel. Silver streaked his raven hair, and his sea-green eyes held the depths of centuries within them. The curse that bound him to the endless waters had not diminished his commanding presence. If anything, it had distilled it to something elemental. "You seek passage on my ship," he stated, rather than asked, when Arya approached. "Few do so willingly." "I need to reach the abyssal trench," Arya replied, meeting his gaze without flinching, "where the sea glows brightest." Something flickered across Drakon's face. Recognition, perhaps, or concern. "Then what business does a navigator have with such perilous waters?" "I'm no navigator, not anymore." Arya revealed the spiral pendant at her throat. "But I hear the song of the sea, and it speaks of danger coming from beyond the stars." Drakon's weathered hand moved unconsciously to his own throat, where a similar pendant lay concealed beneath his collar. His eyes narrowed. "You're a Mariante, a sea singer." "I thought your kind had perished generations ago." "My grandmother kept the old ways, taught me to listen before the fever took her." "And now the Leviathan's wake," Drakon murmured, his voice barely audible above the lapping waves. "So it begins again." That night, as the Windchaser sliced through waters that blazed with increasing brilliance, Drakon revealed the truth he had carried for centuries. The Mariantes, the mystical seafarers to whom Arya's bloodline belonged, had once been guardians of the maritime realm, maintaining the ancient pact between the world of air and the world of water. They alone could communicate with the Leviathans, the colossal sentinels who protected Moria from threats beyond mortal comprehension. Deal. The Star Devourers came 500 years ago, Draken explained, as they stood at the ship's bow, watching constellations ripple across the sea's surface. Entities from the void between worlds, drawn to the magical essence that saturates Moria. I was High Mariante then, tasked with rallying the Leviathans to drive the invaders back. Arya's eyes widened. You've lived 5 centuries. A bitter smile crossed Dracon's face. Not lived, endured. I failed in my duty, was too slow to recognize the threat. By the time we assembled our defenses, the Devourers had already consumed 3 of the 7 Leviathans. In desperation, I broke the Trident of Oceanus, the sacred artifact that allows control of the tide song, and scattered its fragments across the most treacherous waters where no one could misuse its power. He touched the curse mark that encircled his wrist like a shackle of black coral. I bound myself to the sea, surrendering my mortality to become its eternal guardian, watching for the Devourer's return, and now they come again, drawn by the stirring of the remaining Leviathans. The fragments, Arya whispered, understanding dawning. We must reassemble the trident. 7 pieces, Draken confirmed, hidden in the 7 deadliest waters of Moria. And we are not the only ones who seek them. The journey that followed tested Arya beyond anything she had imagined. In the maelstrom of whispering souls, where the first fragment lay encased in petrified coral, they battled water elementals whose touch brought paralysis. Among the ice flows of Nordmar, they outwitted the shape-shifting mimics who guarded the second piece. The third fragment they wrested from the Temple of Submerged Sorrows, where drowned spirits sought to add them to their eternal company. With each recovered piece, the trident's power grew, and so did Arya's connection to the tide song. The melody that had once been faint now flowed through her veins like liquid starlight, revealing glimpses of the vast consciousness that dwelled in the ocean's depths. The Leviathans were awakening fully, their ancient minds touching hers with increasing clarity. But shadows pursued them. Vessels bearing the insignia of the Iron Crown, servants of the Void Court that worshipped the Star Devourers, harried their course. Twice they nearly lost fragments to ambush, saved only by Draken's centuries of seafaring cunning and Arya's growing ability to command the currents. As they recovered the 6th fragment from the belly of a colossal kraken in the phosphorescent deep, Draken revealed the final truth he had withheld. The trident cannot be wielded by mortal hands, he said, his voice heavy with regret as they examined the assembled pieces, only one short of completion. To channel its full power requires transformation. The final bearer must become one with the ocean itself. Arya's heart sank as understanding dawned. That's why you couldn't defeat them before. You weren't willing to make the sacrifice. I was a coward, Draken admitted, the weight of 5 centuries of guilt visible in his eyes. I chose the half measure of my curse rather than surrender my humanity entirely. I told myself I would find another way, given time enough. The lunar eclipse approached, the celestial alignment when the coral vortex would open, revealing the final fragment and providing the only opportunity to rebind the Star Devourers before they fully materialized in Moria. As the wind chasers sailed toward the mystical convergence, a fleet of Iron Crown vessels closed in from all sides. They seek to prevent us from completing the trident, Draken growled, watching the approaching ships through his spyglass. The Devourers promise power to their worshippers, dominion over a world remade in void essence. The battle that ensued was like none witnessed in Morian waters for centuries. The Wind Chaser, though outnumbered, danced between enemy vessels with impossible agility, Draken's mastery of wind and wave turning the very elements against their pursuers. Arya stood at the forecastle, the 6 fragments of the trident bound together at her side, reaching out with her awakened Marianti senses to call upon the Leviathans. They came, 3 vast shadows rising from the depths, their bodies etched with glowing runes that matched the script on the trident fragments. With devastating force, they capsized iron-crowned ships, crushing them beneath colossal fins and serpentine tails. Yet even this power seemed insufficient, as more enemy vessels appeared on the horizon. Blood trickled from Arya's nose, the strain of maintaining contact with such ancient minds taking its physical toll. "We'll never reach the vortex in time," she gasped, as cannon fire erupted around them, Draken's face set in grim determination. "We will." He placed his hands on the ship's wheel, and the curse marks on his wrists flared with eldritch light. "I was saving this for the final crossing, but it seems the time has come to pay the remainder of my debt." Before Arya could question his meaning, Draken's form began to change. His skin hardened, taking on the appearance of polished driftwood and coral, while his eyes blazed with the same stellar luminescence that filled the waters below. The transformation spread to the Wind Chaser itself, the ship's planks fusing with its captain until vessel and master became one entity, a living ship of legend. The metamorphosed Wind Chaser surged forward with impossible speed, cutting through the enemy fleet like a blade through silk. Around them, the sea churned into a vortex of star-flecked water as they approached the sacred convergence. At the heart of the coral vortex, suspended in a column of light, where sea and sky seemed to meet, floated the final fragment of the trident. As Arya reached for it, time itself seemed to slow. The fragment connected with its brethren, and the completed trident of Oceanus blazed with power that coursed up her arms, suffusing her entire being. The tide song reached a crescendo in her mind, no longer just a melody, but a complete language, revealing the ancient covenant between the world and its oceanic guardians. With sudden clarity, Arya understood what was required of her. "The sea needs a voice," she whispered, turning to Drakon, whose wooden features could still express sorrow, "as the land needs its guardians." "There is no other way," he confirmed. "The Devourers cannot be banished without a living conduit to direct the Leviathans. I would take this burden from you if I could, but my half-transformation renders me unsuitable." Arya gazed at the night sky reflected in the glowing waters, the same stars she had navigated by since childhood. She thought of the coastal villages she had grown up among, the people who would perish if the Star Devourers completed their manifestation. "Will I remember?" she asked softly, being human. "Parts," Drakon said gently. "The sea preserves memories in its own way." As the eclipse reached totality above, Arya raised the completed trident and stepped into the heart of the vortex. The waters embraced her, not as a drowning force, but as a homecoming. Her body dissolved into luminescent droplets, each containing a fragment of her consciousness, spreading throughout the oceans of Moria. She was everywhere the water touched, vast and boundless. Through countless eyes, she witnessed the Leviathans rising in perfect harmony at her command, their combined power creating a barrier of pure oceanic magic that drove the approaching Star Devourers back into the void from which they had come. When the battle ended and calm returned to the seas of Moria, sailors spoke in hushed tones of how the waters still glowed faintly on moonlit nights. Fishermen swore they sometimes heard a woman's voice in the rhythm of the waves, guiding them safely through storms. And if one ventured to the most remote shores during the highest tide of the year, they might glimpse a spectral ship with black sails, its wooden captain standing eternally at the helm, keeping watch over the goddess who had once been Arya Stormwhisper, now the living guardian of Moria's shining seas. Story 3. The stars were dying. Erevan Dawnsong stood motionless on the wind-swept highland meadow, his shepherd's crook forgotten in his trembling hand as he gazed upward at the night sky. Where the constellation of the great guardian had blazed for millennia, only darkness remained, a void like a wound in the fabric of the heavens. It was the third constellation to vanish this month. The sheep huddled together, bleating softly, more sensitive to the wrongness in the world than the villagers of Highcrest, who dismissed Erevan's warnings as the delusions of a dreamer. Only old Maven Whisperwind had looked at him with ancient eyes filled with dread when he'd spoken of the fading stars. Those who speak of the missing lights often vanish themselves, she'd warned, pressing a small silver amulet shaped like a spindle into his palm. Keep this close, shepherd boy. Dark days approach when the sky itself unravels. A chill wind swept across the highlands of Moria, carrying the scent of frost and something metallic, something wrong. Erevan's skin prickled as he turned toward the eastern ridge where his flock grazed. The sheep had fallen silent. They came without sound, 3 figures that seemed crafted of polished steel and shadow, their movements fluid yet mechanical. Where they walked, the grass withered to grey ash. Moonlight reflected off their featureless masks as they moved with predatory grace toward the village. Light hunters. Erevan had heard tales of them in travelers' whispers, servants of the Iron Empire who harvested the very essence of life. He clutched his crook, knowing it would prove useless against such creatures, yet unable to flee while his village remained unwarned. The closest hunter paused, its mask rotating toward him with the precision of a hawk sighting prey. A sound like crystal chimes filled the air as it extended a silver hand, fingers elongating into needle-like claws. "The threads are strong in this one," it spoke, voice like ice cracking. "Bring him to the loom!" Erevan stumbled backward as the hunter glided forward, but the attack never came. Instead, the air between them shimmered and twisted. Fine silver lines appeared, crisscrossing before the hunter like an intricate web. The creature shrieked as the threads tightened, binding it in a cocoon of light. "Run, shepherd!" A woman's voice called from the shadows of a nearby copse. "Now, while the binding holds!" She emerged like a wraith from between ancient oaks, tall and lithe, with hair the color of starlight bound in elaborate braids. Her fingers danced in the air, manipulating invisible strings that gleamed momentarily when they caught the moonlight. Around her neck hung a spindle amulet identical to the one Maven had given him. The other 2 hunters advanced, their arms transforming into bladed appendages. The woman's hands moved in complex patterns, silver light trailing from her fingertips as she wove more binding threads, but Erevan could see the strain on her face. "I cannot hold 3, she gasped. "The binding thins." Without thinking, Erevan clutched the spindle amulet and rushed forward. As his fingers closed around the silver charm, heat surged through his veins. The world around him changed. Suddenly, he could see them, gossamer threads of light connecting everything, pulsing with energy, crisscrossing the air like the warp and weft of some cosmic loom. His hands moved of their own accord, grasping threads he didn't understand yet somehow recognized. He pulled, and reality bent to his will. The nearest hunter froze mid-stride, ensnared in a web of starlight. The woman's eyes widened. "Impossible," she whispered. "You're untrained." A blade of darkness sliced through the air as the third hunter attacked. The woman spun away, but not quickly enough. Dark metal carved a path across her shoulder, drawing blood that gleamed silver in the moonlight. "Come," she commanded, grasping Erevan's wrist. "The village is lost. We must reach the Whispering Woods before more arrive. But my people will die if you do not come with me now," she said, her eyes reflecting the light of the binding threads still restraining two hunters. "You are what they truly seek, Threadborn." They fled across moonlit highlands, the woman leading him along hidden paths that seemed to shift and change with each step. Behind them, a bell tolled from the village, the alarm. Too late. "Who are you?" Erevan gasped as they paused in the shadow of an ancient standing stone. "What were those things?" "My name is Lisa Starweaver," she replied, checking her wounded shoulder with a grimace. "I was an apprentice of the Weavers of Destiny. Those creatures are called Light Hunters, servants of the Eternal Emperor who seeks to unmake the world as we know it." "Unmake the world? How?" Lissa's eyes moved to the night sky. "Do you see how the stars vanish? Each constellation is an anchor, a cosmic mooring that ties our world to the greater tapestry of fate. The Emperor severs these connections, one by one, to rewrite destiny itself." She touched the spindle amulet around Erevan's neck. "Maven Whisperwind recognized what you are. I came seeking her wisdom, but found you instead, a natural threadweaver, untrained yet able to manipulate the very strands of fate." "I'm a shepherd," Erevan protested. "Nothing more." Lissa's laugh was both bitter and beautiful. "And I was once a daughter of nobility before the Iron Empire's purge. We are what destiny makes us, shepherd boy." Dawn found them at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest where the trees grew so close together that their canopies formed an unbroken ceiling of leaves. Inside, the woods were alive with murmurs. The trees themselves seemed to converse in hushed tones. "And the forest remembers when the first threads were woven," Lissa explained as they navigated paths that appeared and disappeared like dreams. "We journey to the heart, where the Forbidden Observatory stands. It is our only hope of learning why you possess such natural affinity for the threads." For 3 days, they traveled deeper into the ancient forest. Lissa taught Erevan the fundamentals of threadsight, how to perceive the connections between living things and the stars above. Each person, she explained, was tied to a specific constellation, their fate interwoven with its light. The Emperor believes that by severing these connections, he can free Moria from the constraints of destiny, she said, as they made camp beneath a canopy of whispering leaves. But without the star threads, chaos will consume all." "Why would he want that?" Erevan asked, practicing the finger movements she had shown him, small motes of silver light dancing between his hands. "Power," Lissa replied simply. "Unbound from cosmic law, he would remake Moria in his image, himself as the sole arbiter of fate." On the 4th day, they encountered the unexpected. A patrol of Imperial soldiers had established a camp near a crystal-clear spring. Leading them was a figure whose armor gleamed with the insignia of the Iron Eagle, General Thorn, the Emperor's right hand. "We should avoid them," Erevan whispered. But Lissa shook her head. "Look closer at the threads," she instructed. When Erevan shifted his perception to the thread sight, he gasped. Unlike the severed, darkened threads that surrounded the Light Hunters, General Thorn's connections to the stars remained intact, and more, they pulsed with resistance to some unseen pressure. "He fights the Emperor's influence," Lissa murmured. "We need allies, Erevan, even unexpected ones." Their approach to the Imperial camp nearly ended in disaster. Only Lissa's quick weaving, creating a pattern of trust and recognition in the threads surrounding them, prevented immediate execution. General Thorn, a stern-faced man with eyes that had witnessed too many horrors, listened to their tale in his tent. "I have served the Eternal Emperor for 20 years, he said, his voice a low rumble. "I believed in his vision of a unified Moria. But 6 months ago, I witnessed him in his private observatory, consuming the light of the Archer constellation. Not observing, consuming. His form changed." "He is not of this world," Lissa confirmed. "The ancient texts speak of devourers of stars, entities that feed on cosmic connections. My loyalty is to Moria, not to the thing wearing my emperor's face," Thorn declared. "What is your plan?" The forbidden observatory rose from the heart of the Whispering Woods, like a tower crafted from living crystal and ancient wood. Its spiraling structure reached toward the heavens, crowned with a dome of transparent crystal that reflected the light of the remaining stars. "This is where the primordial weaver first bound Moria to the constellations," Lissa explained as they approached. "If anywhere holds the knowledge to stop the Emperor, it is here." But the observatory was not unguarded. Light hunters patrolled its base, more numerous and vigilant than those that had attacked Erevan's village. General Thorn's soldiers created a diversion, drawing most of the hunters away with a feigned attack, while Lissa, Erevan, and Thorn himself slipped inside through an ancient service passage. The interior of the observatory was a marvel of ancient craftsmanship, a vast chamber dominated by an intricate mechanism of spinning crystal rings and silver threads that mapped the cosmos. But many of the threads hung broken, their ends frayed and dark, where constellations had been severed. "The celestial loom," Lissa breathed. "And I never thought to see it with my own eyes." As Erevan approached the massive device, the remaining threads began to glow brighter, resonating with his presence. The spindle amulet at his chest grew warm, then hot against his skin. "The loom recognizes you," Lissa said, wonder in her voice. "But how?" "Because his blood carries my legacy," spoke a new voice, ancient and terrible. The Eternal Emperor stood at the observatory's entrance, but no longer in human form. His body rippled with cosmic energy, skin like polished obsidian, reflecting the light of captive stars, swirling within his chest. Behind him, light hunters dragged the bodies of Thorn's fallen soldiers. "Did you think I wouldn't notice when a descendant of the primordial weaver awakened?" the Emperor said, his voice resonating with unnatural harmonics. "I have hunted your bloodline for centuries, boy. You are the last, and with your death, the final obstacle to my ascension will be removed." General Thorn drew his sword, the blade gleaming with runes of ancient power. "You are not my emperor," he declared, charging forward. The battle was brief and devastating. Thorn fought with the skill of a master warrior, but the Emperor moved like living shadow, threads of darkness extending from his fingers to counter every strike. Within moments, the general lay wounded, his sword shattered. "Your courage is noted, General," the Emperor said coldly. "For your years of service, I grant you the honor of watching as I complete my work." Lissa pulled Erevan toward the celestial loom. "Ojai, there is only one chance," she whispered urgently. "The loom can be used to reforge the broken connections, but it requires a conduit, a living thread to anchor the stars once more." "What must I do?" Erevan asked, feeling the weight of destiny pressing upon him. "Your blood can reactivate the loom," she explained, "but the price is your memories, all that makes you who you are. You would become a vessel of pure weaving power, with no recollection of your former self." The Emperor advanced, darkness swirling around him. Choose quickly, Threadborn, though it matters not. All choices lead to the same void. Erevan looked at Lissa, seeing for the first time how the threads of fate had drawn them together. Silver and gold strands intertwined in a pattern too beautiful to sever. In that moment, he understood what must be done. "There is another way," he said softly. "Show me how to channel the loom's power through my thread sight." Understanding dawned in Lissa's eyes, followed by determination and grief. It would require a living constellation, a soul ascending to anchor all others. "No," Erevan protested. "I won't let you." "It is not your choice to make, shepherd boy," Lissa said, her fingers already dancing in complex patterns. Some threads were spun long before we took our first breaths." Before Erevan could stop her, Lissa pressed her hands to the celestial loom. Silver light erupted from the device, coursing through her body. She gasped in pain as her form began to shimmer, becoming translucent as starlight. "Remember me when you look to the stars," she whispered as her body dissolved into motes of brilliant light that streamed upward through the crystal dome. The Emperor screamed in rage, lunging forward but too late. The night sky above the observatory blazed suddenly with new light, a constellation taking shape where none had been before. The Weaver, eternal guardian of Moria's destiny. The threads of the celestial loom reactivated, blazing with renewed power. The Emperor's form began to unravel as the cosmic connections he had severed re-established themselves, binding him once more to the laws he had sought to escape. "This is not the end," he hissed as his body disintegrated into shadow. "The stars will fade again, Threadborn." In the aftermath, as General Thorn rallied the remains of his forces against the now leaderless Light Hunters, Erevan stood alone beneath the observatory dome, gazing up at the new constellation that watched over Moria. He raised his hand, and for a brief moment thought he felt slender fingers intertwine with his, a touch like starlight, there and gone in an instant. "Until we meet again," he whispered, to the brilliant pattern of stars that had once been Lissa Starweaver. "I will keep the threads strong." Above him, the constellation seemed to shimmer in response, a promise written in light across the eternal canvas of night. Story 4. The three moons of Moria aligned in the midnight sky for the first time in a millennium, their silvery light converging upon the alabaster spires of Lunaris. Within the royal city, citizens celebrated the convergence with feasts and revelry, unaware that with each passing moment, the ancient wards protecting their realm grew weaker. As moonlight spilled through stained glass windows and across marble floors, shadows began to move of their own accord, tentative at first, then with growing boldness. Beyond the city walls, at the edge of the whispering forest, where darkness pooled like ink beneath ancient trees, a solitary figure observed the celestial spectacle. Prince Thorn Silverblade pulled his tattered cloak tighter around broad shoulders that had once borne royal finery but now carried only the weight of exile. His face, once soft with youth, had hardened into sharp angles during the decades since his banishment, and his eyes, the legendary silver gaze of the royal bloodline, reflected the three moons with an almost predatory gleam. 10 years, he murmured, fingers tracing the hilt of the blade of twilight sheathed at his hip, a slender sword of mithril and shadow steel that could slice between dimensions. 10 years since they named me patricide and usurper, the sword hummed in response, as if eager for the vengeance its master had meticulously planned. Tomorrow, King Regent Malachi, the uncle who had testified against Thorn and claimed the throne after King Alaric's mysterious death, would host the grand ceremony of alignment. Security would be focused outward. not on the forgotten passages beneath the palace that only a child prince exploring his home would have discovered. As Thorn turned toward the forest path that would lead him to his hidden camp, a flicker of movement caught his eye. The shadows beneath a gnarled oak tree detached themselves, forming a silhouette with glowing amber eyes. "Would the moons align, and the lost prince returns," spoke the shadow in a voice like autumn leaves rustling. "She said you would come." Thorn's blade flashed in a silver arc, stopping just short of the shadow's throat. If shadows could be said to have throats. "Who sent you, creature? One who watches from the Queen's tower, one who has waited as long as you." The shadow creature bowed, unperturbed by the deadly edge hovering near its form. "Lady Nightshade sends her greetings and offers alliance against your usurper uncle." Thorn lowered his weapon slightly. Lady Alicia Nightshade had been his father's trusted advisor, an enigmatic woman versed in forgotten magics who had vanished shortly after Thorn's trial. If she still lived and opposed Malachi, "Tell your mistress I work alone," Thorn decided, sheathing his blade. "Oh, but I will remember her loyalty to my father when I reclaim my throne." The shadow bowed once more, before melting into the darkness between moonbeams. As it disappeared, a chill breeze carried its final whisper. "The crown awaits one who walks between light and darkness." Dawn found Thorn navigating the long-forgotten aqueducts beneath Lunaris, his body pressed against slick stone as palace guards passed overhead. Water dripped from vaulted ceilings adorned with mosaics depicting the founding of Moria, how the first king had united the sundered realms beneath the blessing of the triple moons. Thorn had played in these tunnels as a boy, never imagining they would one day serve as his path to retribution. The passage narrowed as it approached the palace foundations, opening finally into a small chamber that had once served as a secret treasury. From here, a narrow staircase spiraled upward into the heart of the royal residence. Thorn ascended silently, counting the steps just as he had as a child, emerging behind a rotating bookcase in his father's private study. Except it was no longer his father's study. Gone were the star charts and ancient tomes King Alaric had collected. In their place stood strategic maps and military reports. The room smelled of leather and steel rather than parchment and ink. Thorn froze as the door opened, revealing King Regent Malachi himself. His uncle had aged considerably. Silver streaked the once raven hair, and deep lines carved paths from his eyes to his jaw. He wore simple attire despite his station, and a sword that bore signs of regular use hung at his hip. Before Thorn could draw his blade, Malachi spoke without turning. "I've felt your presence since you entered the city, nephew. The Silverblade blood calls to its own." Thorn unsheathed the blade of twilight, its edge gleaming with inner starlight. "Then you know why I've come. To kill me for crimes I did not commit." Malachi finally turned, revealing eyes identical to Thorn's own, the silver gaze of the royal line. "Or perhaps for the one crime I did commit, sending away the true heir to protect him from forces he could not yet understand." Confusion rippled through Thorn's certainty. "You testified that you saw me standing over my father's body with a bloodied dagger." "I testified that I saw a figure with silver eyes standing over my brother. The court assumed it was you." Malachi stepped forward, seemingly unconcerned by the deadly blade pointed at his heart. "What choice did I have? Better you exiled and alive than executed for a murder manipulated by forces beyond our comprehension." Before Thorn could respond, darkness flooded the room like liquid night, extinguishing candles and blocking the morning sun. From the shadows emerged elegant figures with amber eyes, a dozen shadow creatures similar to the one Thorn had encountered in the forest, but these moved with military precision. Your reunion is touching, came a silken voice as Lady Nightshade materialized from the darkness. Her beauty remained unchanged from Thorn's memories, ageless and sharp as a newly forged blade. But premature, the final moon has not yet set. Malachi drew his sword, a traditional blade that seemed mundane beside Thorn's mythical weapon. You will not succeed, Nightshade. The shadows cannot be controlled without the crown. Her laugh chimed like crystal breaking. Cannot they? The alignment weakens the ancient barriers whether you resist or not. My Shadow Legion already walks the lower city, growing stronger with each fear-laden heart they encounter. As if summoned by her words, screams echoed from the city below. Through the study window, Thorn saw dark shapes moving through the streets of Lunaris, shadows given substance, consuming the morning light. You know nothing of what you unleash, Malachi warned, backing toward a concealed panel in the wall. I know everything, Nightshade countered, including the location of what you've hidden for a decade. She gestured to her shadow servants. Bring me the royal chest. Thorn looked between his uncle and the woman who offered alliance, centuries of royal training, helping him discern truth from manipulation. The Shadow Army, he said slowly. It wasn't a legend, and you've awakened them deliberately. Clever prince, Nightshade smiled. Your father was blind to their potential. A legion that cannot be killed, that grows stronger with each victory, loyal to whoever wears the crown of shadows. Her gaze intensified. It could have been yours, Thorn. It still could be, if you stand with me against the man who stole your birthright. Malachi's eyes met Thorn's. The crown cannot control them. It never could. That's the lie that has drawn power-hungry fools to their doom for generations. The crown of shadows doesn't master the darkness, it contains it, at great cost to the wearer. Understanding dawned like a cold sunrise. That's why you sent me away, not to steal the throne, but to preserve the true heir, Malachi confirmed. I could not bear to see my brother's son sacrifice his life and mind to the burden I've carried. Thorn's blade wavered, then steadied as he pivoted to face Nightshade. You manipulated my father's death. You wanted me blamed so I would return filled with vengeance, easy to manipulate into taking the crown. Nightshade's beautiful face hardened. The silver blade line is bound to the crown by ancient magic. Only your blood can unlock its full potential. Willingly given, I merely arranged circumstances to ensure your cooperation. The shadow creatures closed in as Malachi pressed a hidden switch, revealing a small chamber behind the bookcase. Within sat an ornate chest banded with silver and inscribed with runes that pulsed with inner light. The shadows grow stronger with the alignment, Malachi warned. We must reach the forbidden observatory in the West Tower. Only there can the crown be empowered to rebind them. Thorn made his decision in a heartbeat, centuries of royal blood asserting itself through instinct rather than ambition. Lead the way, Uncle. I'll cover our retreat. The blade of twilight sang as Thorn swept it in a wide arc, its enchanted edge slicing through shadow creatures as if they were merely cloth. Where the blade passed, rifts opened momentarily between dimensions, banishing portions of the shadow essence to the void between worlds. Impressive, Nightshade conceded as her minions recoiled, but ultimately futile. The shadows will reform with the next moonrise. Malachi seized the chest and pushed past a tapestry concealing another secret passage. Quickly, Thorn! They fled through narrow corridors as shadow and sorceress pursued, emerging eventually into the highest chamber of the West Tower. The forbidden observatory was a perfect circle of crystal and silver, designed to capture and focus moonlight. Ancient mechanisms tracked celestial bodies, and at the center stood a raised dais. Malachi placed the chest upon the dais as shadowy tendrils began seeping beneath the observatory door. His fingers worked swiftly, unlocking complex mechanisms that responded to his touch. "The truth, Uncle," Thorn demanded, keeping his blade ready. "All of it. The Shadow Army was created during the cataclysm of black flames 5 centuries ago," Malachi explained, opening the chest to reveal a circlet of dark metal set with moonstones that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. A desperate weapon against invaders that quickly proved uncontrollable. "The founder of our line sacrificed himself to forge the crown of shadows, binding the Legion at the cost of his own soul." The door splintered as Nightshade's power pressed against it. Since then, each generation one Silverblade must wear the crown, binding themselves to the shadows to prevent their release, Malachi continued. "Your father wore it before me." The burden drove him to madness in his final years, vulnerability that Nightshade exploited to orchestrate his death. "And now it falls to me," Thorn realized, looking at the crown with new understanding. "It was always meant for you," Malachi said gently. "But I wanted you to live freely first, to know life beyond these walls and this burden." The door shattered inward as Nightshade entered, shadow creatures flowing around her like a living cloak. How touching. The usurper relinquishes the crown to its rightful owner, but too late, the final alignment approaches. Through the observatory's crystal dome, the 3 moons reached perfect convergence, their combined light striking the crown and causing it to levitate from its container. Shadows throughout Lunaris surged toward the tower, drawn by ancient magic. "Choose, Prince Thorn," Nightshade commanded. "Take the crown and rule as Shadow Lord of a new Moria, or watch your kingdom fall to darkness." Thorn gazed at the floating crown, understanding finally the weight of true kingship. "There is a third choice," he said quietly, raising the blade of twilight. "One worthy of the Silverblade name." With precision born from years of exile and training, Thorn slashed his palm with the dimensional blade, letting royal blood drip onto the crown of shadows. As the blood touched ancient metal, both sword and crown pulsed with recognition. "My blood freely given," Thorn intoned, "not to rule the shadows, but to become their eternal guardian." Before Nightshade could intervene, Thorn thrust the blade of twilight directly into the crown's center. The 2 artifacts, never meant to meet, created a paradox of magic, a dimensional rift within the binding spell itself. Light and shadow exploded outward as Thorn seized both crown and blade, forcing them together through sheer will. His body began to transform, skin taking on the luster of shadow steel, eyes blazing with silver fire. "No!" Nightshade shrieked, lunging forward only to be repelled by the metamorphic energy surrounding the prince. "You were right about one thing," Thorn's voice echoed with newfound power as the transformation completed. "The crown awaits one who walks between light and darkness." The prince, now something more and less than human, rose into the air. Crown and blade fused into a circlet of power upon his brow. With a gesture, he commanded the shadows throughout Lunaris, not as mindless servants but as extensions of his transformed consciousness. "Return to your vessels," he commanded, and throughout the city, shadows detached from their legion form and settled back into their natural places. Nightshade backed toward the observatory door as Thorn descended, her power insignificant before what he had become. "What are you now?" she whispered. "The Shadow Guardian," Malachi answered for his nephew, pride and sorrow mingling in his voice. "Neither king nor subject, but protector of the threshold between realms," Thorn nodded, his movement leaving trails of shadow light in the air. "The kingdom is yours to rule justly, Uncle, until a new heir is born." I have a different realm to govern. As dawn broke over Lunaris, citizens emerged to find their shadows behaving naturally once more. In the royal proclamation that followed, King Malachi revealed the truth of Prince Thorn's innocence and sacrifice, declaring him guardian eternal of the realm. Few ever saw the guardian in the years that followed, though children sometimes spoke of a crowned figure who walked the boundary between light and shadow, vigilant against threats from beyond the veil. On rare nights, when the three moons aligned, those with silver-blade blood could hear his whispered guidance, the prince who had surrendered a kingdom of light to rule forever in the realm of shadows, ensuring Moria's continued protection from the darkness that forever pressed against its boundaries. Story 5. Snow fell in midsummer across the Azurite Mountains, an impossible curtain of white descending upon a land that should have been verdant with wildflowers and buzzing with honeybees. From her father's forge at the edge of Emberhome village, Lyra Narhaven watched the unnatural blizzard with growing unease. For 3 days now, the snow had fallen relentlessly, encasing the nearby peaks in crystalline armor that refracted the sunlight into prismatic shards. "Not right," muttered Davin Narhaven, her father, as he plunged a half-formed blade into water that hissed and steamed in protest. Summer snows bode ill for simple folk like us. But Lyra was no longer certain she was simple folk. 3 nights ago, as the first impossible snowflakes had fallen upon her palm, they had not melted but hovered above her skin, spinning like tiny constellations. And when she had whispered to them, curious and afraid, they had whispered back in voices thin as icicle chimes. That same night, the mark had appeared, an intricate spiral pattern encircling her wrist, its lines shifting between ember orange and frost blue depending on her mood. She had hidden it beneath leather braces, terrified of what it might mean. The village healer, Mistress Wren, had seen such a mark once before in ancient texts hidden beneath the Starfall sanctuary. "Elemental primordial," she had whispered when Lyra sought her counsel in secret. A bloodline thought extinct since the Age of Cinders. The sages must be informed immediately. But before messengers could reach the Council of Sages in the distant capital, the blizzard had intensified, cutting off mountain passes and isolating Emberholm. And with each passing day, Lyra felt the mark growing warmer, pulsing in rhythm with the unnatural storm, as if the two were somehow connected. On the 4th day, riders appeared through the snowfall, 5 figures astride steeds that seemed crafted from living silver, their hooves leaving no prints in the deep snow. At their head rode a woman whose midnight blue robes billowed around her like wings, her silver hair bound in elaborate braids, interwoven with sapphire beads. "Archsage Celestia," gasped Mistress Wren as the villagers gathered in the square. The council's first voice herself, the Archsage dismounted with fluid grace that belied her apparent age, her eyes immediately finding Lyra among the crowd. "The elemental has awakened," she stated without preamble, "and none too soon, for Lord Frostwind stirs in his northern stronghold." A murmur rippled through the gathered villagers. Lord Frostwind was a name from children's tales, a once great hero corrupted by power, who had betrayed Moria to command the frigid magic of the ice dragons. Stories said he had been defeated and imprisoned beyond the northern wastes generations ago. "Frostwind is myth," Davin protested, moving protectively toward his daughter. "A fireside tale to frighten children." "Would that he were," Celestia replied, her gaze never leaving Lyra. "Udim, but the eternal winter encroaching upon your summer speaks otherwise. Show me your arm, child." With trembling fingers, Lyra removed her bracer, revealing the spiraling mark that now pulsed with steady blue-orange light. Celestia knelt before her, examining the pattern with reverent fingers. The mark of the elemental primordials, she confirmed, not seen in Moria for 1,000 years. You, Lyra Narhaven, carry the blood of those who once commanded the very elements that compose our world, and you may be the only one who can confront Lord Frostwind before his winter engulfs all of Moria. I'm a blacksmith's daughter, Lyra protested, though the mark seemed to flare at the Archsage's words. I know nothing of magic or confronting legendary figures. The blood remembers what the mind forgets, Celestia replied cryptically. And come with us to the council. Time grows short, and you must learn to harness what awakens within you. That night, as Lyra packed meager belongings for the journey ahead, her father presented her with a slender dagger of unusual design. Its blade shimmered with an inner fire, the metal an impossible fusion of copper and ice-blue steel. Your mother's, Davin explained, his voice thick with emotion. She made me swear to give it to you, should the mark ever appear. My mother, Lyra had never known the woman who died bringing her into the world. She was an elemental. She was more than I ever deserved, Davin answered, avoiding the direct question. This blade is called Equilibrium. It has been in her family for generations. May it serve you better than it did her. The journey to the council's floating citadel of Aetherspire was arduous despite the sages' magic easing their passage through the growing blizzard. As they traveled, Celestia began Lyra's instruction, teaching her to feel the flow of elemental energy through the world around her. With each passing day, Lyra discovered new aspects of her awakening power, how she could warm a snowflake until it transformed to steam, or cool a flame until it crystallized like glass. The primordials existed before the separation of elements, Celestia explained, as they crossed a frozen lake that should have been flowing freely in summer. Fire and ice, earth and air. These distinctions mean little to one of your bloodline. You perceive the essential energy that underlies all forms. Then why do I feel torn? Lyra asked, watching her breath form frost patterns that spiraled exactly like the mark on her wrist, as if two forces war within me. Celestia's expression grew guarded. That is a question best answered when we reach Aetherspire. The floating citadel appeared through the snowstorm like a vision from another realm. 7 crystalline towers suspended impossibly above a massive chasm, connected by bridges of light that shimmered with protective enchantments. As their party approached, Lyra felt the mark on her wrist burn with sudden intensity, responding to the ancient magics that kept the citadel aloft. The Council of Sages awaited them in the Chamber of Elements. 12 figures in color-coded robes representing the fundamental forces of creation. Their faces were solemn, as Celestia presented Lyra, many showing open skepticism at the young woman's unassuming appearance. The bloodline was thought extinguished, remarked Sage Terran, his earth-brown robes rustling like autumn leaves. How can we be certain? In answer, Celestia gestured toward a pedestal at the chamber's center, upon which rested a crystalline orb shot through with multicolored light. The resonance sphere will confirm what I already know. When Lyra placed her marked wrist upon the orb, the chamber erupted with blinding light. The sphere pulsed with power, projecting images into the air around them, scenes of ancient battles where figures wreathed in elemental energy commanded armies against shadowy foes. The final image showed a tall man with ice-pale hair and eyes like winter storms, holding aloft an amulet that seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. The Equinox amulet, gasped one of the sages. So Frostwind truly has claimed it. What is that artifact? Lyra asked, feeling a strange resonance with the projected image, as if something in her blood recognized the amulet's power. A dangerous relic from the Age of Cinders, Celestia explained, created to maintain balance between opposing elemental forces. In the wrong hands, it corrupts that balance, allowing one element to dominate all others. Frostwind uses it to fuel his winter magic, drawing power from the ice dragons he has enslaved. Another image formed above the sphere, a map showing the northern wastes, where a massive fortress of blue-black ice rose from desolate tundra. Within its walls, enormous serpentine shapes moved in restless circles. The last 3 ice dragons, Celestia said grimly. Once there were dozens. The others were consumed by Frostwind's magic. And fire dragons? Lyra asked, somehow knowing the answer before it came. Only one remains, Celestia confirmed. Ragnar, the Flameheart, who has hidden himself in the abyssal caverns since his kin were hunted to near extinction. The council debated long into the night, arguing strategy and ancient prophecies, while Lyra stood silent, overwhelmed by revelations and expectations. When finally they dispersed, Celestia led her to a secluded balcony overlooking the chasm beneath Etherspire. There is more you must know, the Archsage said softly. Truth I have withheld until you were ready. About my mother, Lyra guessed, fingers tracing the intricate hilt of equilibrium. And your father, Celestia added, her ancient eyes filled with sorrow. Your true father. The revelation struck Lyra like a physical blow. Frostwind, Celestia nodded, once known as Aster Flamecaller, the greatest of the elemental primordials. He loved your mother, Lyria Frostwhisper, despite their opposing elemental affinities. Their union was celebrated as living proof that fire and ice could exist in harmony. What happened? The Equinox amulet happened. Aster discovered it in ancient ruins and believed it could strengthen their bond, allowing them to share power more completely. Instead, it began corrupting him, amplifying his fire magic while suppressing your mother's ice affinity. When she became pregnant with you, the imbalance grew dangerous. Celestia's voice faltered. Lyria fled to Davin, her childhood friend, begging protection. She knew the child she carried, you, would inherit both elemental affinities, creating a balance the amulet sought to destroy. When Aster found her, the confrontation was catastrophic. Lyria used the last of her strength to seal away his fire magic, but the amulet twisted this curse, transforming him into the icebound Lord Frostwind, while the backlash of power took her life as you drew your first breath. Lyra stared at her hands, seeing them as if for the first time, capable of both nurturing flame and crafting ice. So the conflict I feel is your inheritance, Celestia confirmed. Fire from your father, ice from your mother, balanced in ways the corrupted amulet cannot tolerate. Which is why you alone might be able to confront Frostwind, not to destroy him, but to heal him. Heal him after all he's done? The amulet corrupts. It does not replace. The Aster who loved your mother still exists beneath Frostwind's frozen exterior. The ritual to free him requires both the amulet and blood of shared lineage, your blood. That is why the eternal winter began as your powers awakened. The amulet senses the only force that might overcome it. The mission crystallized with terrible clarity. Lyra would need to infiltrate Frostwind's fortress, somehow neutralize the ice dragons under his command, reclaim the Equinox amulet, and perform a ritual to restore her father's true nature, all while mastering powers she barely understood. I can't do this alone, she whispered. And you won't be, came a rumbling voice from the shadows. A figure stepped forward, not human, but a man-sized dragon with scales the color of burnished copper and eyes that glowed like embers. Ragnar sent me. I am Ember, his son, last of the fire drakes. My father sensed your awakening and offers alliance against our ancient enemy. Celestia smiled sadly. Fire and ice must unite to restore balance. The dragon knows this truth as well as I. 3 days later, Lyra and Ember departed Aetherspire, bound for the abyssal caverns where Ragnar awaited. The eternal winter had spread across half of Moria now, and time grew desperately short. As they crossed the border into lands already claimed by unnatural frost, Lyra unsheathed equilibrium, watching how the blade flickered between flame and ice at her touch. "But we will succeed," she told her draconic companion, newfound determination hardening her voice. "I will free my father from the amulet's corruption and restore balance to Moria." "And if we cannot?" Ember asked, his reptilian features impossible to read. Lyra thought of her mother's sacrifice, of Davin, who had raised her as his own, of villages like Emberholm slowly freezing under unnatural snow. She thought of the father she'd never known, imprisoned within a frozen shell of his former self. "Then I will become what the world needs," she answered, the mark on her wrist pulsing with harmonious blue-orange light. The true heir of fire and ice, bound by an oath stronger than any amulet's corruption. Balance will be restored, whatever the cost. As if in answer, snow and ember intertwined around her outstretched hand, forming a spiral that echoed the mark of her bloodline, a promise written in elemental magic, binding past to future, daughter to father, fire to ice, in an unbreakable oath of restoration. Story 6. The peaks of Moria pierced the heavens like ancient spears, their snow-capped summits disappearing into clouds that shimmered with colors not meant for mortal eyes. Here, where the air thinned and the stars felt close enough to touch, the boundary between earth and sky blurred into legend. For generations, the lowlanders spoke of these heights in hushed tones, telling tales of the Tempest Lords who commanded the winds and rode storm clouds like chariots of war. Edric knew these stories better than most. As he guided his flock along the treacherous highland paths, the young shepherd often found himself whispering the old ballads to calm both his sheep and his own racing heart whenever the mountain winds howled with too much purpose. Unlike other shepherds who rarely ventured beyond the middle slopes, Edric's curiosity had always pulled him higher, to places where ancient standing stones stood sentinel against the endless sky. "Come along now," he called to a stray lamb, his voice almost lost in the constant wind. "These heights aren't forgiving after sunset." The setting sun painted the clouds in shades of amber and crimson as Edric began herding his flock back toward the stone cottage that had been his home since his parents succumbed to mountain fever 3 winters past. It was then that he noticed the strange silhouette against the darkening sky, not the familiar shape of a mountain hawk or even one of the dreaded griffins that occasionally descended to hunt in the foothills. This was someone falling. Without thought, Edric abandoned his crook and sprinted across the rocky terrain, his feet finding purchase where others would stumble. The figure crashed into a snowdrift near one of the ancient standing stones, and by the time Edric reached the spot, the snow had already begun to redden with blood. She lay motionless, her skin pale as moonlight against the crimson seeping into the snow. Strange markings covered every visible inch of her body, intricate patterns that seemed to shift and flow like water when caught by the fading light. Her garments, torn and singed, were unlike anything Edric had ever seen, fabric that appeared to be woven from the night sky itself, embedded with tiny crystals that glimmered like distant stars. "Lady," Edric whispered, kneeling beside her. "Can you hear me?" Her eyes fluttered open, eyes of such a startling silver blue that Edric nearly fell backward. They focused on him with confusion, then alarm as she tried to rise and collapsed with a pained cry. "Be still," he said, reaching cautiously toward her. "You're injured." "Where?" Her voice was like the high mountain breeze, musical yet frayed at the edges. "Where am I?" "The high pastures of Moria," Edric replied, carefully examining her wounds without touching them. A deep gash ran across her shoulder, and her right ankle was twisted at an unnatural angle. "I'm Edric. I need to get you somewhere warm before nightfall brings the frost." She began, then stopped, a look of panic crossing her features. I don't remember anything," Edric nodded gravely. "The mountain sickness can take memories." "Perhaps they'll return with rest and warmth." He didn't believe this. Her injuries spoke of something far more violent than a fall caused by altitude sickness. But the fear in her eyes moved him to offer some comfort. "Can you tell me your name, at least?" he asked, fashioning a splint for her ankle from a broken branch. She closed her eyes, concentrating so hard that the strange markings on her skin seemed to pulse. "Valaria," she whispered finally. I think my name is Valaria." "Valaria," Edric repeated, and for just a moment he could have sworn the winds around them stilled, as if listening. "I'm going to help you to my cottage. It's not far." For 3 days, Valaria drifted between consciousness and fevered dreams in Edric's small cottage. The shepherd tended her wounds with herbs and poultices learned from his mother, while his loyal sheepdog Bryn kept watch. On the 4th morning, Edric woke to find Valaria sitting upright on her pallet, staring at her reflection in a copper basin of water. "These markings," she said, without turning. "What do they mean?" Edric approached slowly, setting down the bread and cheese he'd prepared for breakfast. The intricate lines and swirls that covered Valaria's exposed skin did indeed form patterns, almost like writing, but in no language Edric recognized. "I don't know," he admitted, "though they remind me of the runes carved into the ancient stones on the high paths." Valaria traced one of the markings on her wrist. "They burn sometimes, when I dream." "What do you dream of?" Edric asked, offering her a wooden cup of spring water. "Falling," she whispered. "Always falling, from somewhere high above the clouds." She accepted the water with a grateful nod. And a voice. Calling my name. Edric froze, the hairs on his arms rising. "A voice in the mountains." "You've heard it too." It wasn't a question. Before Edric could respond, Bryn leapt to his feet, hackles raised, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Outside, the sky had darkened unnaturally, clouds swirling in patterns that defied the natural flow of wind. "Something's coming," Edric said, moving to the window. What he saw made his blood run cold. Descending from the storm clouds were figures with great wings that weren't quite feathered and weren't quite formed of cloud, warriors in armor that gleamed like polished thunder, riding the lightning down toward the valley. "The village," Edric gasped. "They're heading for Stone Root Village." The attack was swift and merciless. From their vantage point high above, Edric and Valaria watched as winged creatures descended upon the small village, lightning striking wherever they pointed their spears. Screams carried up the mountainside on the wind as buildings burned and people fled. "We must help them," Valaria said, struggling to her feet despite her injured ankle. "How?" Edric asked, desperation in his voice. "Those are storm sentinels, servants of the Tempest Lords. The legends say they're immortal, Valeria stared at the destruction below, and for an instant her silver blue eyes flashed with an inner light that matched the lightning in the unnatural storm. I don't know how I know this, but they're searching for something. Her voice had changed, carrying an authority that seemed to resonate with the mountain itself. For someone. The realization struck them both simultaneously. They were searching for her. The village elders wasted no time finding someone to blame. By nightfall, as the surviving villagers extinguished the last of the fires, rumors had already begun to spread about the strange woman seen in Edric's cottage. A woman covered in witch marks who had appeared just before the attack. "You must leave," warned Marta, an old friend of Edric's mother who had trudged up the mountain path to his cottage under cover of darkness. "Thane Corvin has called for a witch hunt. They'll come at dawn." "This is madness," Edric protested. "Valeria was injured when the attack happened. She couldn't possibly—" "It doesn't matter what's true," Marta cut him off. "They need someone to blame, and you've always been too strange for their comfort, boy. Always wandering the high paths, talking to the stones." She pressed a small bundle into his hands. "Provisions. Now go, and take the mountain paths that only you know." That night, under a canopy of stars that seemed to watch their flight with ancient, knowing eyes, Edric and Valeria ascended into the forbidden heights. The shepherd led them along hidden trails, past standing stones whose runes glowed faintly in the moonlight, runes that matched the markings on Valeria's skin. Valeria, the voice came not as sound, but as feeling, reverberating through the stones and soil beneath their feet. Both of them heard it this time, stopping in their tracks as the name echoed across the peaks. "It's coming from there." Valeria pointed toward a narrow pass between two towering crags, a path that led to heights where even Edric had never ventured. "The sanctuary of first light," he whispered. My grandmother spoke of it, a sacred place where the earliest dawn touches Moria before anywhere else. They reached the sanctuary as the eastern sky began to lighten. It was a circular platform of smooth stone, surrounded by 7 pillars that seemed to be carved from solid light rather than rock. At the center stood an altar bearing a single object, a circlet fashioned from a material that captured and refracted the growing dawn light in impossible ways. As the first direct sunbeam struck the circlet, a figure materialized beside it, an old man with eyes like the night sky, his beard moving as if stirred by a constant breeze. "At last," he said, his voice the same that had called through the mountains. "The true heir returns." "Who are you?" Valeria demanded, stepping forward despite Edric's cautioning hand on her arm. "Udliam Zephyrus, royal sage to the celestial throne, bound to this sanctuary when your brother Arian betrayed the Sky Covenant." The old man's form wavered like heat rising from summer stones. "And you, Valeria Stormborn, are the rightful queen of the Tempest realm." As dawn fully broke over the sanctuary, Zephyrus revealed the truth. Valeria was the eldest child of the previous Storm King. Her brother Arian, jealous of her greater affinity for wind and weather, had staged a coup during the solstice ascension ceremony. Unable to kill his sister directly because of ancient magical protections, he had instead cast her down from the celestial city that floated far above Moria's highest peaks, after binding her powers with runic seals etched into her very skin. "The fall should have killed you," Zephyrus said. "And that you survived speaks to the strength of your royal blood." "But my memories," Valeria said, unconsciously tracing the runes on her arm. "Scattered," Zephyrus replied sadly. "Arian's final cruelty. He bound your memories to 7 sacred relics and hid them at shrines across the highest reaches of Moria. The binding runes on your skin will only dissolve when all memories are restored." "And the attacks?" Edric asked. "Ask why now? Because the celestial convergence approaches," the sage answered, gesturing to the sky where, even in daylight, 3 stars could be seen drawing into unusual alignment. But in 7 days, the Tempest throne must be claimed by one of royal blood, or the storms that the Tempest Lords have controlled for millennia will rage unchecked across the world. Valeria looked from the sage to Edric, her silver blue eyes filled with a mixture of determination and fear. "I know nothing of being royal. I barely know my own name." "Yet you must try," Zephyrus urged. "Arian grows more tyrannical by the day." "The storm sentinels who attacked the village are just the beginning." Edric stepped forward, his simple shepherd's face alight with purpose. "My grandmother was the last keeper of mountain lore in these parts. Before she died, she taught me the locations of all the ancient shrines." "If your memories are there, Lady Valeria, I can guide you to them." The first rays of sun caught the circlet on the altar, sending rainbow light dancing across Valeria's ruined skin. She reached for it, hesitantly. "The crown of winds," Zephyrus explained, "the first of the 7 relics. It holds your memories of childhood, of who you truly are." As Valeria's fingers touched the circlet, the runes on her forearms glowed brilliantly and then faded slightly, like ink washing away in rain. She gasped, her eyes widening as images flooded her mind. A floating city of impossible beauty, gardens where flowers bloomed in mid-air, and herself as a child, laughing as she called gentle breezes to carry her through crystal spires. "And I remember," she whispered, "I remember who I am." Looking at Edric with new clarity, Valeria straightened to her full height, suddenly regal despite her simple clothes and bandaged wounds. Above them, the clouds began to swirl in response to her emotions, no longer entirely beyond her control. "We have 6 days to find the remaining shrines," she said, her voice carrying the first hints of command. "Is 6 days to restore what was taken from me?" Edric bowed his head, no longer simply a shepherd, but the first ally in a quest to reclaim a throne beyond the clouds. "The path will be dangerous. Arian's forces will hunt us at every step." "Then we'd best start walking," Valeria replied, placing the crown of winds carefully in the simple leather pack Marta had provided. "And the next shrine awaits, and a kingdom hangs in the balance." As they departed the sanctuary, the winds shifted subtly around them, clearing their path of snow and guiding their steps. Far below, the villages of Moria went about their morning routines, unaware that high above them, a forgotten queen had taken her first step toward reclaiming a throne of storms, and perhaps saving them all.